Welcome back to Stationeers. This is episode 26 of my playthrough of EUROPA on Stationeer difficulty. And I have quite a few things ahead. I'm standing on the wall of the greenhouse foundation. We need to make a greenhouse to make volatiles endlessly, automatically. But do we? I just returned at the end of episode 25 from my first space mining excursion and brought 10,000 space eyes with me, which contain mostly volatiles. So that's something we have to digest now, and I wonder how much volatiles that is. I have heard that space mining like this is actually worth it. Or did I confuse that with gas mining? That was actually a mistake. During episode 25 I had gas mining equipment with me, then flew to that gas area there, and it turned out okay, that was in the form of space ice. That's because I don't have any experience yet. But I'm gathering it and you're witnessing it. By the way, I have been listening to somafm.com radio in basically every video so far, but I just remembered I have a paid di.fm subscription. So I'm playing this right now. Let's see how we fare, because I've been unlucky a bit with the automatic music choices. And the good thing is I can even skip to the next track. Hello, paid subscription. 45 bucks a year. That is not much a year, you know, for all the music, for dozens of channels, for breakbeat, for old school acid, for drum and bass, for this stuff you're listening to right now, all the good stuff. And I'm not advertising for them, I'm just telling you my personal opinion, you know, which I value. That's why I have it. My opinion of my opinion is very high. So, let's go then. Yeah, it will not be a small greenhouse. I don't know if this will be sufficient, but hey, then we make it bigger. And that is what she's also agreeable to, this kind of concept. I want to place I already did, an ice crusher here. Need an iron sheet for this. This ice crusher can then pipe into a new pipe right here, which goes somehow into this pipe, which is pumping from the arc furnace, so that we get the volatiles that come out here, and the pollutant also. The pollutant is diverted here, because we only have a volatiles filter here, or two. The volatiles go over here, and that actually works. I did that with with like 7 potato or 14 potatoes at once, and that was a nice yield. Now imagine we have that automated coming in whenever I do some other stuff. That's what I'm going for. Also LArREE linear articulated wait, what was it again? Linear articulated robot entity. No, rail entity. Yeah, rail entity. That is how you write that. Just remember the middle R is the lowercase r. Placing and programming will be interesting, yeah. And then all that automatism, all those volatiles that will come. Reclamation tank. So this is the pipe that goes to the rocket, and this comes from the mixer facility. But later I can take back the fuel that I have, and I can pipe that here. So the mixer facility's current state is irrelevant to this reclamation situation, but then I can pump it back. Can you see that? The arrow points upwards, can pump that back into the mixer facility. That's what this is. The mixer facility is pretty cool. I haven't improved it yet. It's still just, god damn it, Rocketworks, fix this fucking bug. And this one too, in fact, because the settings should just be remembered of this thing in between episodes. This one still adjusts slowly, tick, 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 depending on what the error development was, or what the error is. If the error of mixture is in this direction, then it adjusts one small tick in that direction. If the error is in that direction, and so forth. And I haven't yet brought that up to, that should be better, really. But I'm not planning on doing this right now. Also, I will have to reorganize my source code here, because this one's rather full. Some of it can be removed, because here we have the computer stuff and the light that is being controlled. And here we have the oxygen facility, oxygen machine, and this is where the mixer begins basically, so there's some room still. Yeah, this one I can turn off. This one will just fetch oxygen with an active vent from there. We'll pump that in here, and before we, well, and this will then cool down the tank and the pipe, and these pipe heaters, 3000 watts, will make sure that we get back to the right level. I think I should adjust the volume slightly. It's tricky because, of course, everybody in the world is a retard when it comes to programming volume sliders, even though it is so very obvious when they're behaving wrong, and it takes one simple line of code to fix them all. I mean, per volume slider, obviously. Should I talk about that again? So the rocket came back, and then I turned on the logic here so that the remaining fuel, which is not much, actually 2.28 megapascals. I started with 16, so there was almost a hairy landing. And spoilers, well, spoilers, if you're watching this episode, you should have watched the previous one. No. I crashed the rocket 2 times before I got the landing right. Yep. Because I was just underestimating that this thing now weighs over 3 tons instead of over 2 tons. Because every section that you add adds more tonnage, adds more weight. I think tonnage is the capacity of carrying, huh?
Power low.
So here we have the scanners, which I added at the beginning of the previous episode, and here, when I finally realized mid of previous episode or so, the miners for gas. These are gas drills, gas heads, which I added to this. And I wonder if I take it away and put it there again. No, it's still the same used up quality. Okay, I mean, still gathering experience with this. Then I began to place some LEDs here. They don't do anything yet, except this one, which shows... What does it show again? The capacity. Yeah, it shows how full the storage is. This here. Which I could now turn on and flip on, and then all the space ice would come out here. 100 little stacks, each 100 high. And so yeah, that's the next project. Make sure that we make meaningful use of that so that the rocket is free again. Obviously we have to remove blockages with priority before we are free to choose this, that or whatever. And these LEDs serve the purpose that I can do other things while this thing is mining, which takes an hour or longer. You can take a glance and, oh yeah, okay, that's what's happening. And the battery, I mean, that was pretty cool.
Waste tank caution.
The battery was down to, I don't know, 70% or so. We have 3 batteries in there. 2 medium ones. Each of these is as big as a standard station battery. Remember, there's also large station batteries, which are 2.3-ish times the medium size battery, but these are like the small station batteries. So 1 of these, 2 of these. And this one is half as big, exactly. And the first thing that happened was this one was sucked dry, and then one of these was nibbled on a bit. So that was necessary, but this means that I could have gone only with one medium battery for this entire long flight. And that's pretty impressive. So this means that we have some options when it comes to rocket building. What does the battery even weigh? Let's see. Rocket battery. The auxiliary, aka half size, 10 kilograms, the other is 20 kilograms. So in other words, batteries is only a space question, not a weight question. Okay. Then I wanted to put a battery display up here also, but sadly the avionics appear to not give the nice battery summary that we have on the left bottom here. And so I would have to do the math. I would have to take the individual battery types, of which there are only 2, and take the maximum and current to calculate. I mean, to have to add all that together. I would have to add together the charge of this and this. It's actually not that hard. Maybe I should do this right now that I have my mind in this. Okay. let's do it then. I just installed a new computer up here, which is a bit awkward. I mean, all of this is just makeshift and thrown together.
Hunger caution.
Primarily because rocketry is new to me. I mean, next time I might know, well, I have to make a control center and so forth. And may improve this one also, but first, I still need to settle in mentally. Alright. So here we have the structure battery small. Interesting. Because structure battery is just the name of the station battery. As structure battery small would then be the name of that same thing in small, which doesn't exist, I know. But it's weird that they're using this terminology when they would then have to pick a different type of terminology for the medium one. Let's see what that one is. Define hash. Define this. And what's that? Bat small. And what's the medium one? No. Kit, and then browse to the medium one. Structure battery medium. Huh. What? Oh, yeah, I was confused. Define bat mid. So it's actually not that hard. What I have to do. What she said. Load batch into R0 from any and all but small. The ratio? No, the charge? No, the maximum. What is the actual value here? Let's see. Power potential, prefab hash, name hash, ratio, maximum. I think that's what it would be. We can verify this by looking here. Battery small. Here we see the maximum and we see the charge. These are the two values I have to look for, maximum and charge. Hooray for systematic, for abstract stuff. I mean, what you just saw there were obviously the actual logic values, not manually labeled so that they look nice in the menu, but just the things themselves makes it so much easier. So the maximum and the charge. And indeed this time I need the sum. I always use sum here, but this time I actually need it. Then the same for... Actually, maybe I want to first load the charge. Whoops. Of all of them to R1. Oh no. This looks better. What am I doing? Battery medium. Bed mid, maximum sum. And then the same here. Yeah, it's a bit early still. We have 9 AM in the morning on a Sunday. It's the 9th of November 2025. Why is this playthrough then still called October? Because that's when it started. Should I rename it? It's like calling it first The Witcher and then calling it the Witch. Hey, wait, that would make sense. You have to get rid of a reminder here. R0, R1, those are the maximums, and R2, R3. Okay, now let's add into R0 from R0 and R1, and add into R2 from R2 and R3. And then I will divide into R0, which is my ultimate temporary value variable. I will divide the R2 with R0. Let's see what the logic is here. I have battery small, battery medium, structure battery small, structure battery medium. Okay, this is a bit too active for me, and we can skip. That's cool, even though it's radio. Battery small, battery medium, I'm loading the maximum, and I'm loading the sum of all the devices that fit this pattern here into R0, R1. Here I'm doing the same with charge from battery small, battery medium, so it's the current level. Not a ratio, but like 17,000 energies are in there. And then I'm saying add into R0 from R0 and R1 the maximum. And then add into R2 from R2 and R3 the charge. So in R0 I have the sum of the maximum, and in R2 I have the current charge, and I'm dividing the charge by the sum. So the charge is like 70 and the sum is 140, which gives us 0.5, and that's what I wanted to know. And so then we write that into the respective LED. A very respectable LED. I knew it for a long time. She was in the newspaper and also fucks well, so very respectable. I think the color of the battery should be expressed as blue, and that's it already. Rocket monitor. Is it the correct chip? It is. Interestingly, there is only one chip here. I renamed the chip actually to be the first one sorted here. Why? Why is the other chip not here? Well, look at this. What you're seeing here, this crossfade effect, is from my anti-aliasing setting, which is set to temporal. And I made the mistake of writing the same device. How did this occur? Edit. 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rocket info 1. Oh, that's kind of explains it. Now I'm wondering, how can it be that I just didn't see the chip inside the rocket, which is currently actually active? Because yesterday, when I recorded episode 25, is this 26 again? I think so. Yep. I am sure that I saw the other chip, that's why I renamed this one to be the first in the list, and now it's not showing up. What's different? I mean, it's running, very obviously.
Hunger critical.
Wow. This is shouting very slowly. Very cool that the tooltip shows the detailed number. That is helpful. So here's the chip. It's called pipe heater controller. And why is the pipe heater controller chip housing not visible here? I did a game update this morning. Oh, that's what I want to talk about. Yeah. 1 second. Wait, I'm getting a bit confused here. It's not big stuff, okay, but I mean, today, like I said, is Sunday, so and it's Sunday morning, so for the folks in New Zealand, it's still Sunday, but Sunday evening already, and I keep seeing beta updates. And we had that during the terrain update also in the last in the last month of that phase, and then I was wondering, and then Rocket Dean Hall responded that yeah, well, all the folks are home, but I am still here working, so yeah, that's me. I would never let the others work here on a weekend, but I did, and so we can assume that's the boss programming here. So he fixed bulk multiplier was not being applied to traders. All the stuff here is about trading. Tier 3 traders will now have to have more bulk goods, and tier 1 traders will now have less bulk goods. bulk goods being like, give me 100 ice, or give me, bulk would rather be, give me this and this amount of oxygen from your landing pad tank. Changed Tier 3 hydroponics trader will now always have Darga ferns in stock. Always. Those are what? A fern to process a much greater volume of carbon dioxide into oxygen at an average plant. 61 moles per hour. Let's compare that to potatoes. 8. So that's 8 times more, I would just say, think, and also state publicly. Changed food trader, hardware trader, consumables trader, and appliance trader will now only spawn in the Tier 1 slot. Whatever Tier 1 slot really means, but I don't know. Added when authoring a trader, so that's for map makers and such, you can now you can now specify which slot types it spawns in. If none are specified, it will default to all. Changed trader landing pad center and landing pad tanks, this one's important, to be fully insulated. Previously were mostly insulated, so now we can actually do that on Vulcan without the gas being hot or cold or whatever. It will just stay constant. Then the previous update, which was 2 days ago, added landing pad tank connector liquid variant. Fixed landing pad tank connector thumbnail was incorrect for build state 0. Updated thumbnails and blueprint for landing pad tank connector, added second pass on landing pad tank connector, added new model and material changes to buttons. What is this? Well, I guess I should turn off this stupid overlay, because what I was just aiming to show you, you probably didn't even see. So there was 8 moles for the potatoes, and for the Darga ferns it was 61 moles. So not 8 times this, but 7 maybe. Anyway, land tank. And there we have this thing, which is pretty cool, which is new. If you can see here, this is a portables connector. So you can just place this on your landing pad, connect it with a landing pad system, and put a portable tank here and connect it, and then you will have that tank. I don't know if this will connect automatically with all the rest of the gas volume that you have here and will just equalize with all of that. I don't know. I would make an episode about this, but I don't feel like it yet, and also it's an ongoing thing, the landing pad stuff. So maybe I would just wait for that a day or 2 or 3, and then, then I will have an episode. Liquid, same thing, I would say. Yep. Base power usage 10 watts. Base power? Well, it seems to have a pump. Okay, interesting. Maybe it's completely detached from all the other volumes. But I don't know. Yeah, let's get an iron sheet, continue with the shredder, and also get some food and such. And then I think we will have to do a mining run in this episode. If I don't actually go so far as to changing the miners that we have in the rocket. Oh, I don't have the fuel. Or do I? Oh, interesting. Maybe I will have the fuel thanks to the space ice mining. And then some. I mean, that's possible. And then we could send it up and try to get some copper and such. Which is supposedly not worth it.
Hydration critical.
Compared to the gas mining. But now I don't know. Is it gas mining or ice mining?
Air tank critical.
Ice mining? I did. Iron sheets. I only need 1. Pretty sure, but let's be absolutely sure by looking it up in the thing. Crush. Let's crush it. Welding torch, 1 iron sheet, some cable coil. Is this all the cable I have? It is not. These are the reserves, looking good. Some pipes, no insulated pipes currently, because resources are dwindling, because I don't have much stuff left here. I mean, these are full basically. This one is also well stocked and not used yet, almost not used yet at all. Lots of stuff here, but I don't want to put all of that in the volatiles tank, because, I don't know, should have some reserves. Very little copper. We need copper definitely. Let's put it over here. No gold whatsoever. This is has never been high, and I would like to take that with me because I want to get some of that. Lead wouldn't be wrong to have. Silver, we have enough because I need that rarely. Yeah, that's how we're looking. It's weird that the sun goes away or comes depending on what my horizontal position is. That's really weird because that shouldn't have that strong of an effect. Well, we could say it's shadow casting by the mountain, but I mean, the lower I go, the more I see. Dude, there's still some bugs here, sadly. I mean, the bugs are happy, but it's sad that they're there. Don't want to, you know, shit on the parade of the bugs. They are having a field day. Oh. No, this is not the style of music I would want to listen to here. Skip. And a bit louder, please. Whatever comes back from the rocket is mysterious. See also potential gas. Therefore the mysterious color. Now we have all shades of red here. Red, pink, orange is missing. Oh, it's not missing really. I mean, this whole mix looks fugly. Now I have to get from over there to here, and that's a shit ton of chutes. Do we have a shit ton of chutes somewhere? Oh, we do. Those were for the greenhouse, but I can just print new ones because I happen to have a shit ton of iron, not knowing what to do with it. This is the longest one, is what she said, and now look at that. I mean, these long chutes, I have never used them yet, or almost not. And wow, I think they're really cool. They're a game changer. And we need even fewer resources for this. Nope. Yeah. This whole concept with the yellow contact thing and the plus signs that go green or yellow, very good. corner. And that's it. That's how easy that was. I just wonder if I just pipe them in here without any heating, which is what I will choose to do. How fast will that happen here? How much gas are we gonna get? Ah, but looking good. Good progress. Yeah, yeah. Now we need pipes. It should be nearby. Or I may have to print a bunch. Aha, we have pipes. How though? I think the music is overall acceptable so far. So, di.fm, 45 bucks a year. Or at least that's what it was for me. I had been listening to them for a while, and then all of a sudden pop-up shows up and saying, well, we can no longer offer the service for free, so starting this and this day, la la la. And then there was a very reasonable offer of 50% off or whatever. I don't know if that is a regular thing, I have no clue. Oh, that was too much. Actually, I should give this track a thumbs up, which will increase the probability that if it ever comes up again, it will come up again. Okay. I wonder what will happen if we now unleash the rocket upon these, upon this stuff here. Maybe the load will be too high? Should we just risk it? I mean, it can... The question is, could I turn off this stuff in time? I mean, you know what? Let's do this properly. I have a nice idea. Let's do this properly. Instead of just, you know, then load the save game. Load the save game. Don't do it. Instead, I will do something else. The best thing about the thoughts of the people is they're just thoughts. And when people start acting upon them, then of course they become responsible. And, likely, guilty.
Incoming. Storm.
Oh.
Incoming. Storm. Incoming.
Should have a warning over there
Storm.
also, maybe.
Incoming. Storm.
How could I have a warning like that over there too, without having to program all of it again, and without getting a cable over there? Well, I could use a logic transmitter, which I then connect to a speaker. And incidentally, I just wanted to use a logic transmitter anyway for an advanced tablet that I would bring. The Rocket Controller tablet. And yeah, I could also then possibly swap some chips into the rocket into this advanced tablet to trigger some other functions of the source code to control the rocket maybe, or something like it. So let's make a Mr. Speaker. And then 2 logic transmitters. This will be very interesting. I've been preparing for this for a while now. I mean, I have a bunch of batteries. And forgive me if I spent the entire storm just sitting there in the battery room. And now I want to make some fuses because I might need them. Better be equipped when there's a storm coming. Oh, okay, we need more copper.
Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming.
Have some heavy cables. 4 and 5. Should now be at 2 minutes, maybe?
Storm. Incoming.
Oh, 3 minutes still, okay.
Storm.
Because look here, we have batteries, 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 and some more batteries. I didn't have the resources to complete all of this yet. And then here we have batteries, 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 and... oh. Actually, the batteries are by now relatively full already. What am I gonna do with all that storm energy? What power is coming in? 5000 watts. I should have a switch here actually to turn off the power that's coming in from there, which I don't have. Why? Because then I could measure what power is coming in otherwise, so that I can gauge how to set the transformers. Hello? Let's prepare for the storm even harder. That's wrong. Gas sensor. This is the exterior one. It's not interactable. This one is interactable. Yeah. Like a space person would. Wait, what? What's happening? No, I can't see when that will actually happen. That was wise. I guess 80 more seconds, maybe? Yeah, in the previous episode, or was the one before that, I can't keep up, I split the wind park in 2, thanks to a tip by Mikhail Fatov, who said, dude, and I mean, I'm aware of the concept, I just didn't think of it. I have this problem with transformers doubling the power because of a bug, and so I didn't use that. But what if I just split the wind park? One goes in here, the other goes in there, no power doubling, and still I can get most of the power out of this. They are combined set to 90,000 watts, so that's a bit wasteful maybe, but I want to make sure that I don't blow the cables, because ultimately all of it comes together in that big fat cable that goes into the batteries, on the back side of all of the batteries combined. That's all one cable in principle, one cable network. So that's why here we have a 100,000 watt fuse. I have some fuses on me so I can make adjustments. And I guess 30 more seconds maybe? 1 second.
Storm.
Here we go, Storm. Show me what you got. Where can I see the power that's coming in? Something's wrong. Maybe a cable blew, but that's not possible. That's impossible. Why do we have 5,000 watts coming in? No, this power is being used out there. Oh, 90,000 watts are coming in. 90,000. Let's watch this then, because I can't watch all the batteries and don't know which one is actually being charged. Also, let's switch to a different channel. This one is a bit too active right now. Pause. Radio. Section, chill out, vocal chill out, chill EDM, chill tropical house, chill step, chill hop, lounge. Lounge sounds good. Let's tune in. No, rather something ambient. Do we have ambient here? Trance house, lounge, techno, ambient. Oh, there's the ambient section. Tune into ambient. And there we have other sections also I mean, this is the ambient section and this is the station called ambient. We also have Space Dreams, Psybient, Psy Chill, Electronic Frontiers, Psy Dub, Future Garage, Chill Out Dreams and Chill Out. I mean, we have a crap ton of batteries here. Yeah, thanks, Mikhail. I would have had 50,000 watts, now I have 90,000 watts. So, thanks. Time for the next battery. Aha, okay, now I can see that all of them are cabled up, because that was a problem when I was expanding the room with these and those batteries. I wasn't sure, because some batteries just didn't show anything, and just because I didn't have enough power. So, nothing was happening. "92. Man, the storm is gonna get us packed. Yeah, now I have more power than I can possibly handle. And if I had had the resources, then I would have these batteries also, and the room was never full of power. In other words, that would have been ideal for the storm, but I just didn't have the resources. But you can't have the ideal. I mean, you can, but you can't expect the ideal to just manifest. Oh, it's not there, how can it not be ideal? That's life. Currently. Hint, hint. Wow. Momentous occasion. that's it. We're full. And the entire station is currently running on that battery, it appears. Well, that's all I can do. I don't have any resource to make more batteries. This is what it is. The room is full. Let's enjoy this a bit more visually. Maybe we can also take a screenshot. When do we ever have that? Even preparing this on creative would take a while. Good thing the recording quality that I'm using is so ridiculously high that I can also easily take screenshots of individual frames. Wind turbines in a storm. Kilowatts here, and here it's even. Oh, the storm is going away? No. Why is it fluctuating? 460 kilowatts. 420. Yeah, there's some wind turbines more on this side. God damn it. Let's go to the pillar of truth or whatever. Even with a basic jetpack you can do this. You can fly faster than you can walk. That's a jetpack. And the storm was over. And then the wind died forever. Then nothing would ever happen again. This was the end of the universe. We just had our resources to live off of, and a couple of years later, it would be the end of all things. And we wondered what to do with this time. Play Stationeers? And everybody said, yeah, why the fuck not? Hey, is the top one turned off or something? I mean, it looks off. Did I forget to name it or something? Oh, okay, just debugging this thing. Hello. Copy. Compensator light 10. And this one is called the same. What is the problem? What is the problem, officer? Why is this not happening? Why is this thing not on? It's not cabled up? It is cabled up. Fuck me sideways. Oh, that was a space. I'm a spaceman. Cool, we had a storm. Good episode so far, so let's see how we can ruin it. So that is, yeah, I wanted to do the tablet. Let's go back where we came from, because then I can leave the fuse in that locker, which would make sense. And then I will simulate the storm incoming situation so that we can set up the remote speaker. Oh, perfection, it endeth. Always has to end. I think life only makes sense if it never ends. And I mean, if you were not so, I mean, you, the virtual you, again, I don't know who I'm talking to. if, for example, atheists were not so blinded by thoughts, and I'm not saying that thinking is wrong. I'm on the side of atheists any time of the day because I hate religion. Even though I'm a theist myself. But if you're, let's say you're off by one. If you're off by one, that's okay. But if you're driving your car very, very fast and then you're off by one, then there will be an accident. If you drive slower, it's fine. But with very, very, very fast here, I mean metaphorically, what happens if you are very certain, and if you construct a large logical network, some logical construct, hypothesis, model, whatever, of reality, of the world, of your behavior and so forth, and you are so very certain and you want to define and design everything accordingly, that is you driving fast, as in there's a lot of energy in your action. Then you can't be off by one. And that is why governments trying to regulate us completely with citizen ID, and what the Chinese are doing with, well, you were observed crossing the street even though it was red, you will now henceforth be restricted to that area that you live in, flying will be off limits, and you will also not be able to brag about it on social media, which is indeed their fucking reality, with not this particular voice though. Yeah. Then that kind of certainty would be required, perfect thought would be required to apply perfect energy. If the energy is so high as what I just described the Chinese are doing, or what the British are trying to do here, then they also need to be as right, as correct. And,
Hunger, caution.
and the idea alone that they are convinced to be that certain, to be that right, that's just ridiculous. And I'm pretty sure they're aware of that. I believe that they don't care. I believe they're just a Starmer and such. They're just they want something and they don't care about the consequence for the others. That is my take. Stationeer in the game Stationeers, looking for the item station and finds the weather station directly. Huh? Storm incoming is 1. And I don't have to remind myself that I did this just here, because the speaker will do so constantly. Mover with mode 1. I hope this doesn't have any repercussions.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
I would have to also
Storm incoming.
address a logic transmitter, which I believe is a structural logic transmitter. Yep. And it's very easy. You can just address the logic transmitter, and then when you do so, you will pretend in every way that it is the device that is assigned to it, because that's how it works. And here's the speaker. And then we can say define structural logic transmitter. Lotrans, yeah. Lotrans hash. Which reminds me, do you know the film Logan's Run? Which is idiotically called in Germany Flucht ins 23. Jahrhundert, which means escape or fleeing into the 23rd century. The Germans always just have to rename the films that are playing here, like making it their own, like entartete Kunst and whatever. It's disgusting. And often enough, these titles that they give the films in Germany will be English titles. I mean, what? In this particular example, not, I know. So I will address Lotrans, and then I will address left. No, it's left speaker. I'm in the wrong thing here. SPK weather. I would call this one also SPK weather. Where's the speaker? SPK. Oh, the SPK is addressed multiple times. Is it? Speaker counter? Left speaker? No, only here and in the other place. SBN, Lotrans, SPK with. Same thing. That should work. And then similarly, down here we have to turn it whatever R0 says. On or off. But actually, there's a problem here. I would have to... What am I doing? No, that's okay. I will just name the logic transmitter like I named the speaker here. That makes sense. SPK weather. Export.
Incoming. Storm. Incoming.
Incoming.
Storm. Incoming.
Incoming.
Storm.
Oh, nope.
Low pressure. Oxygen critical.
Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Didn't bring the advanced tablet. Damn. This one is not yet used. This one is for the center here. I can... This is a radio station-ish thing. Why not put the logic transmitter here too? That makes sense. And while we're at it, why not put both logic transmitters here? I need to connect one of the logic sides and the power side. That's all. The SPK weather. And now I need to put the speaker on the wall. Man, this rotation is so dumb. Heinz Sky. Red cables are required. Is there a cable down there? No. Could have been from a different circuit. Don't want to have that. Huh. Damn, I don't remember the orientation. Maybe I just did it wrong. Shit. Yeah, I just did it wrong.
Power low.
Any cable here? Yeah, quasi. Right, I need to assign the speaker. And then it should immediately be working, I think. Okay, wait. I think I can switch this over here. Set to passive. And then we can select here. Nothing. I can select nothing. I cannot transport that information from over there to here? I thought the logic transmitter is for that. I know what the logic mirror does. You can connect it to a device, and then you can select that device, and then you can connect one of the outlets of that thing to another network, and then on the other network you have access to this device. But do we have to do that here? There needs to be a way to transmit information right to this guy. And now I realize the logic transmitter has to... Maybe I have to have a logic transmitter. Of course, I need two logic transmitters here and one over there. I need to access this logic transmitter, I mean the copy of this over there directly in the network. Yeah, sure, of course. But then I would access this logic transmitter and I would set a value within it. And then I would have to use that in turn to write to the speaker. That's wild. So I can just transmit a value into this thing. And when I go active, then there is no setting. Active means transmit, this one is receive. So I could use this for reception. SPK weather I think still makes sense. And then we give the same name to the speaker. And then I will need to... Whoa, what? That's the sound effects. I mean, this one sounds different. Oh, now it is back, the pipe heater controller. I don't know what's going on. Maybe, okay, I have an idea. I changed some pipe network, some cable network stuff here, so things were refreshed. Why would this need this refresh though, to show that thing? Maybe the rocket stuff is sometimes when you load in not actually visible to everywhere unless you change the network. That could be could have catastrophic consequences. I need to test this, therefore I will... too bad we cannot connect any lights in here, because lights need a foundation. Else I would just put a lamp and then it turns on and off the whole time. And then when it doesn't, when I load in, we know, aha, there's a bug here that Rocket Boy absolutely needs to fix, because it can explode your station. There's no way to visualize stuff here. I mean, I'm seeing it right now. I can use a pipe heater, for example. But that seems a bit excessive. Is there nothing else?
Filter low.
Anyway, import from Rocket Monitor, edit. So far I dig this channel. Maybe I will listen to di.fm in the future. Define load trans hash SPK weather. Define SPK weather hash. Actually, that's the name. And I will use that same for the logic transmitter instead of redefining it. It would be the same text. Why would I? Structure logic transmitter. I have planned to record for about 5 more hours in this episode. And then I have to move on. Life happens. It fucking shouldn't, but okay. Whenever something that manifests in reality is in the way of my will, I deem it wrong. You might think this is insane, but what if I've first done this to my will itself? And then when I couldn't do that anymore, I turned to reality. Which of course doesn't jive with you, because you can't even well, and so forth. SPK weather. Right badge named to SPK weather, mode, and mode is, I believe, yeah, there it was, damn. There it is. Mode is, I believe, the sound sample, and we would need storm incoming, okay? Mode, storm, incoming. I don't know if this exists. I know that I use this word. These are the logic values that can't fly. Sound storm incoming. I of course could use a number, but this is more clean. And then I will write whatever value I find in R0 to the speaker, to the speaker's onness. And then we retrieve that from the logic transmitter load badge named into R0 from load trans, and this is the name, which is the same, setting sum. That should be the reception of the signal that is not yet here, because I still need to send it. Rocket monitor. Wait, rocket monitor? Yeah, that's correct. Export. I was thinking this is in the... maybe I should name it differently. That name is a bit risky. This confusion must not occur. The name rocket should not be in there, because everything that you put in the rocket is called rocket this, rocket that. Can't think of a better name, so let's use this. This one will be for my tablet, which I don't have yet, so let's get it.
Hydration critical.
Just for screenshot purposes. Yeah, storm incoming, my ass.
Storm in. Storm incoming.
That makes sense.
Storm incoming. 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 Storm incoming.
That should be the other logic transmitter.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
We should now be live.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
I still have a complete bread in the... What's happening? What just happened? Did I just eat in the very moment I was getting deathly hungry or something? I didn't observe. I have to check the video later. Okay, I will need an advanced tablet. And a nuclear bed? No. One battery though. And then I will use the advanced tablet to control whether the cargo hold of the rocket outputs stuff. And this way I can then stand over yonder and just turn it on for a second, turn it off again, and then see what happens. And then I turn it on for longer and so forth. So no reloading required, all survival good. What change?
Storm incoming.
Alright. Rocket stuff. Maybe I should paint the rocket this color too. Purple? Violet? Wait, that doesn't fly. Yeah, let's go.
Incoming. Storm.
Oh, filters? No, no need.
Storm.
I don't hear anything. What's happening? I set the other one to this. Well, let me recap. If I use the logic transmitter, this one, and well, just recap, just do it, and then we see live what the fuck it would do. Advanced tablet. It certainly has a correct name. Remote control. Okay. Turn on. And then I want to spaceport monitor, that's the one. We need the other... Oh, this thing should get a name.
Storm incoming.
So the problem is that that value doesn't arrive yet. Somehow. Load batch name. Into 0 from load trans. SPK weather. Setting some. I don't know. I have to deal with this later. Load batch. Named from load trans setting. Is it setting that I want? No, this logic transmitter is tied to the tablet, and so we need to just treat it as if it's the tablet. So I want to know whether it's on. Load batch named into R0. This, and then I will say write batch named into hash structure light long wide on R0, just to see if this thing works. It does. Now I would need to... Damn. I think it's a medium one. Or did I make a small one or medium one? I think I made a medium one. Let's see the medium one. How big is it? 100. Yep, that's the one. And medium, small, I assume is only 50. It is. So this is the one that we want. And then I will do this. Define hash. Rocket cargo made. Okay, not that I would ever do small, I guess. Rocket cargo medium. SB to all of those. On. R0. And then open. And since on, open, on, open. On, open. The lights are currently off. This means the tablet is currently off. That's why I had to add this extra line, and that's why I had said damn about a minute ago. Okay. Well, the speaker is a thing that I want to fix, but let's first deal with the rocket stuff. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I still need to pipe up the liquids in case there would be some liquid stuff. I forgot that. Crap. Well, there's pipes for everything. $14, huh? Could be enough. A three-dimensional hyper-interactive puzzle with emergent gameplay. Who would have thunk that? Man, this is windy. Is this enough? I think we have enough pipes, man. Exactly enough pipes. Nice. Okay, presumably we will now get stuff. Okay, currently we have this amount of stuff in here, and over here we have this amount of stuff. Basically no volatiles whatsoever left. So what if I turn this thing on now? Then we get volatiles, and we get this. And what pressure do we have over here? 7 megapascals, okay. Okay, let's see what if we keep that coming. The higher the pressure, the more liquid stuff gets. Wow. I think this could actually lead to overpressurization. And the pressure just keeps increasing. I don't think the pipe, the crusher has some protection there. One megapascal, not exactly much. Aha. So it appears that we have to do that in tranches, which can be done by automatically turning this guy on and off according to the pressure in this pipe, which it appears we have to do. This pipe pressure, though, interestingly, is known by that device over there. So that should be easy to do. The only problem being when should and shouldn't this overall endeavor take place. I think I need to install a lever, because turning the ice crusher on the whole time because it thinks, oh, the pressure's low enough, that doesn't make sense. So that's, I think, what we have to do. And here we're getting volatiles and volatiles and volatiles. 2 megapascals already in this rather large storage, which is 5,000 liters. And then some. 6,000 even. The question is, how much did we just digest? I would say 15%. So we should now have 0.85 still in the... where is it? Cargo storage. What? Wow. I think we brought all the volatiles. Huh. Yeah, so let's deal with the immediate problem then. Nice, this worked out. Three megapascals. God damn it, if I pipe all of that in here, this thing might explode. I think I have to check both ends, pressure-wise. Not just the input side, also the output side, output 1 of the filter. Because, I mean, this thing can overpressurize. God damn it, we have all the rocket fuel available from one fucking flight? That's mind-blowing.
Waste tank caution.
Let's get a lever long enough to move the world. If it is placed well, which is the place I want to put it. Right, that. First make the lever so that it is on me. Switch! I would like to make multiple.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Why is the logic transmitter not receiving the information? Because I was treating the logic transmitter as if it were a speaker. I shouldn't. 4. 4. And then this is enough. What? What? Huh. Okay, music, you could be a bit more active, but the channel is nice, so let's just skip to the next track. Because we can.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
So I don't have to send to this transmitter the storm incoming thing because it doesn't even work. It can only transmit one value. And that is not written to mode. That is written to setting. I wonder, would this thing have been turned off the whole time? Anyway.
Storm incoming.
Now we should have the other speaker
Storm incoming.
also speaking, right?
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm.
I don't hear anything. Setting 0. It's not receiving the value. Does it even make sense to set the device here when the thing is in this mode? Mode does not support linking. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, so I'm right about this. So this is currently receiving, and it should be receiving the value. Let's see. Lodge transmitter. Is there some description here? There is, of course, not. Data input, data input, data input. Mode, passive, active. No logic values. Huh. But we can see here speaker weather dot setting. Setting 0. Why can I not receive? Or is this different? I think I'm doing this wrong. I think I need to swap them. I mean, to swap the settings. This one, I cannot write the setting, but I can read it. I have to write this. Let's see if I can write the setting to find out if that is indeed how these things probably work. Spaceport monitor, and then I will just do this, but only one time above the source code, because I want to see if this would stick. In other words, if the other is affecting this one or isn't. Write batch name into the logic transmitter setting 7 or 1. 1, let's say 1. Now we should hear the speaker speaking, but that is an illusion.
Storm incoming.
Aha. So what we need to do is we need to set this one to be connected with the other, and the other needs to be passive, and the other one we will write directly over there with the value that we want to be in there, and this one will then know the value that is to be written here. Yep, that's how this works. This is for impurities. On the inside there's a similar one. Impurities in the mix. Okay, so this thing should be turned on and off according to you know what. And here we will have the switch that will make that happen. I think the switch should go here. No, it should be a lever. Actually, I wonder if I should use this one, but there's just a push button. No. This one. A little bit louder, please. Space ice crusher. Space ice lever. And now we have the chip in here, and I think I can program it from in here conveniently. Filtration, import, instead of using the laptop. Ice crusher is indeed structure crusher. Oh, structure ice crusher, yes. And then we have the lever, which is this one, and it is structure logic switch. So all is well. Some of these letters do not speak English. Defines LEV space ice, and then structure ice crusher. That's the crusher. And then we have the crusher space ice. So we start with the lever with the intention that I have. Arc Wallmaker, pressure input, pressure output 2. I think I should have registers into which I read these, because apparently I will need them more often. So, alias press input, alias press out 1, alias press out 2, R15, oh, that would be nice, R14, R13, 15, 14, 13. Here I'm loading the pressure input into R0, and then I'm turning that in R0 into a logic statement, and if that is greater than 0, then this thing should be filtering. Yeah. Then we have the out2. Load into this. The out2, turn that into logic statement into R0. If that's greater than 0, then the pressurant valve needs to be on. That pushes some gas into then let's remove this completely and put it up here, because these central values, if they are so central, need to be available everywhere, and this means we need to obtain them first. And while we're at it, let's obtain them, all of them. Output. Okay. Now the lever. Load batch named into R0 from the lever, whether the space ice should be crushed. And then what ultimately needs to happen in the end, but some things need to be happening in the middle, is the crusher needs to be actualized according SBN crusher on R0. And before I get ahead of myself, let's make sure that this can't manifest. Edit. Right, so what's the logic now? If the pressure on the input side is above 10 megapascals, then I'd rather stop, because a bit of safe than sorry. I mean, who knows how much, or maybe 20? I think 20 should be fine. That would then bleed some volatiles directly into the liquid tank, into the garbage tank. Yeah, let's go for 20. So, I will create a logic state. Well, would I branch? I will branch. Branch, let's say move R0, 0, and we want to jump over that, which is 2 lines, if the pressure on the input side is less than 20. If the input sub-branch, if this one, the pressure input is less than 20,000 kilopascals, 20 megapascals, then I want to jump by 2 lines, 1, 2. Else, I will make sure that the lever is effectively off. But there's more. The output side. On the output side, I go up to 30. Wait, that's no. Actually, let's say 10 megapascals to be sure, because there will be some afterglow. Basically, if the crusher stops, there will still be lots of gas in the input pipe, which will then be transferred to the volatiles facility, to the mixer. So who knows how high that rises afterwards. Branch if pressure output 1, which is where the gas is supposed to go. If that is less than 10 megapascals, we jump by 2. Else we again turn off the lever, and that is the safety, and that should be it. 1, 2. I mean, if you imagine the reality of this consists of multiple bits. And if only one of these bits flips, the station explodes. It's pretty drastic and not space-worthy.
Hunger caution.
So let's digest the space ice, shall we? All of it. Reaching 20. Switching on and off the whole time, which is a bit awkward. Maybe I should change that to have some kind of frame
Power low.
between 20 and whatever. Now it's staying at 20. So since that works so marvelously, I think this one will also stop in time. While this is doing stuff, is this already completely empty? Probably not, no? That's the question, how many balls fit in, not in this one, but fit in such a long chute? I mean, I have seen that they come out immediately. I assume that's still the case. So I assume that the amount of things that can be in there is 1. Storage medium, 80%. Quantity 80. And it doesn't get emptier, because currently the ice crusher is stuck. So 20 have been taken out. 20 or 200? No, 20. 20 have been taken out. Yeah, well, the throughput is pretty low. I could increase the throughput if I put a volume pump here that makes sure that the filtration unit has no pressure to contend with on this side. Maybe I should do that. 20 megapascals, obviously, which is very audible. 7 megapascals. I set 10 megapascals as the limit. Maybe I should turn this on. Wait, off for now? Yeah, should some reflections please, because those magically, weirdly, go away when you turn it on. A bug, surely. So, how could we do this? I'm saying that when the pressure is... we don't have to look at this so much. This is the dynamic side, which the crusher directly influences and therefore does its on-off dance. We can say that if the pressure is... reaches 20, it needs to be turned off. And then we can say if the pressure reaches 19, it needs to be turned on. That would be a much more relaxed on and off thing. But how? And I think di.fm will be on this channel the whole time, henceforth. This is good. Do I favorite this channel? I have, of course. Yep. I mean, it's better if there's a... Well, that's the magic of ambient music. There's, for example, by Brian Eno, some ambient works that are called Music for Airports. I think everybody knows these. That's some quiet and slow piano music and some strings that come in every once in a while. And the idea is to play that maybe on an airport, yeah, but the idea is to play that when you have some surrounding things going on. People walking, noises, the AC blowing, all kinds of everyday sound, and then that is in the background. Not loud, like it currently is, and currently it's too loud. I mean, it doesn't hurt, but it doesn't fulfill the purpose of ambient music, because we don't have ambience that it can mingle with. But with all this stuff around, maybe it's still too loud. Anyway, how can I do this? So I need to turn this off when a certain condition is fulfilled. I need to turn this on when a certain condition is fulfilled. I cannot directly derive here what that should be. I mean, I can say one thing. If the pressure is no longer less than 20, then it needs to be turned off. That is a certainty. But that doesn't mean that it should be on otherwise. So this is an instant thing, basically. Instant judgment, instant decisions. But what we have here is a window between 18 and 20, which implies a history. Like, at this point we turned it off. Now we're possibly idling between these two values, and at this point we should turn it on. So I would have to AND a value. And we need a permanent register up here again. Crusher suppression R12. Because otherwise one would assume that 1 in here means that it's suppressed. That's not the case. This stays, but here we do something else. We AND into R0 from R0 this value. So if this here is not 1, then the crusher will always be off. And how do we do this? Well, very simple. Let's see. If the pressure is less than 20 megapascals, then we just continue. If it's not, then we definitely write a 0 into the crusher suppression. And if the pressure is greater than 19 megapascals, we just move on. But if it's not, so if it's 19 or less, then we definitely turn the crusher on. I mean, we set the crusher suppression to 1. That should be it. Oh. What is happening? Where is this happening? Here. We have freezing gases here. Aha. Let's investigate. Damage 18%. Input. Damage due to liquids or gases freezing. I need pipe heaters for this entire thing. We need to add some layer of logic to this. See, when I initialized this whole thing, this box was full of gas and I just used it as per usual, like I'm using it now, I mean, which means that this gas ended up here, which means that the foundation of all the things in here started at something very, very cold. And that feeds back into these pipes, of course, and so we have this frozen stuff. And that must not be. And now that we're reaching a pressure that makes it relevant for the pollutant to actually liquefy, yeah, that's a problem. So we need pipe heaters, we need to heat this whole thing up. Good thing we have some power currently. Well, I guess I will need at least 2 pipe heaters. I should put them here, that looks cool. And before that has happened, we cannot continue. And I think I will not need them much. At the beginning, maybe a couple of hours, so we have to do something else, for example, a greenhouse from behind. But later, I mean, the space ice should be crushed at basically 0 degrees Celsius, if I'm not mistaken, for whatever reason. Which is something that they should fix later, which will explode basically every station when they do that. But maybe they will then just make a new instance of that, which you will then mine from space, and everything that you have mined so far will still have the old behavior. That's a possibility, and they did that, such a thing, for example, for the Vulcan map. They changed the Vulcan map recently, like a month ago, 1.5 maybe, but people had already started playing on the new terrain, and so they just made a second Vulcan map that you would then get if you start a new game. Oh, this is too loud. Actually, just skip this. This is convenient to just skip the fucking track instead of changing the fucking channel. I feel like I'm I don't know, rich. I feel rich. I know, I keep saying di.fm is good, and it is good. I mean, let me give you a whiff of the drum and bass channel I always listen to when I'm waiting for my colleague when at closing time. Because that's just, you know, to switch off your head and just keep flowing. Where is it? Liquid DNB? Yeah, that's the one. I hope that they're playing good stuff right now. Yep. I will turn this off soon enough. Let's say 5 minutes or so. Just to give you a good whiff. So next step would be pipe heaters.
Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm.
I'm eating against the rod. Can I be fast enough before this thing becomes rocket fuel? The life I have to live. So how do we fix this?
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm
Oh,
Incoming.
I didn't turn this on.
Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming.
Ah, I did. Okay.
Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming.
Switch the mode.
Storm. Incoming.
Passive.
Storm. Incoming. 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 Storm. Incoming.
It doesn't have the right name.
Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming.
And now I have to
Storm.
export still.
Incoming.
Oh, setting 1.
Storm.
Oh,
Incoming.
it's happening.
Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming.
So that's good.
Storm. Incoming. 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 Storm. Incoming.
Okay, looking good.
Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. In. Storm. In. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm.
Did I forget to adapt something here? Let's start with the pipe heaters. They will have some work ahead of them.
These days go too fast for me to limit
Oh,
my decisions.
I needed liquid ones. Shite.
Created the bar
Or can I just heat these ones? Is that also meaningful?
is by my own call. Want to
There's nothing in there. I guess it's not so meaningful. No. Okay, I brought the wrong pipe heaters. Shite. Okay, it's a bit too singing right now. Let's skip this. But up. Spaceport monitor import edit. Loading from the logic transmitter that we have here, the setting sum. And then I'm setting the logic, the speaker here accordingly, and I'm setting its on value accordingly. But is this one already set into the right mode? It's not yet set to the right mode. So let's flip the mode and select the other logic transmitter, which funny enough has the same name, but I'm pretty sure that we cannot select the device itself, so that should not be leading to any problems. There we go, speaker weather. Storm incoming.
Storm.
Yeah.
Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming.
I guess it's solved now.
Storm. Incoming.
Let's see.
Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm.
Look at the setting.
Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming.
That's the other station.
Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. incoming. Storm. Storm. Incoming. Storm 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 incoming.
Enough said. Seven. Well, that should be enough. But there's a different problem now. Let's think about this before I leave. Because maybe this is a problem that takes quite some work and some resources. Save. I am about to attach two pipe heaters there, which consume 2000 watts. I was already reaching close to the limits of that cable network when I added the arc furnace stuff and so forth. So I guess that I have to actually decouple that entire facility. I mean the volatiles production facility, not the filtration, from the filtration, from the fuel mixer facility. I mean, I like this, but I think it's maybe too busy, huh? But this is the kind of stuff that you get here. Good fucking so you get 45 bucks a year? Okay, count me in. So where were we? Switching to radio, selecting ambient, then selecting ambient, and there we go. I mean, there's a bunch of channels here. I can also select a different kind of ambient. I still have to find the flavor myself. Yeah, so I guess we need a transformer. I think I still have some transformers over there. And then I can split out that cable network, and that will have logic consequences. And I have to analyze those. And I have to do that over there. Yep. If it weren't too late, I would possibly just start a mining run. But I guess we're gonna survive another night without waiting, because this game is such a busy keeper, isn't it? But why? It's because it keeps you busy. Yeah, exactly. That's why I concocted that atrocious word. Currently 140 watts, that's not much. Yeah, but are these on the same cable network? These three pipe heaters? Yeah, they are, aren't they? So that would be 3000 watts. Oh. The game just crashed. This is the second crash of the game that I observe in... Oh, no! What? Yeah, it just crashed. God damn it, when did I save the last time? I didn't know that we have to contend with regular crashing now. I mean, I had another crash on the station like 4 days ago maybe, and otherwise I didn't have a crash the entire year, and in the previous year, I don't know. I don't remember, they are so super rare. And today or yesterday I talked with some other stationeer about that problem, and they said they don't have any crashes whatsoever. So that's off-putting that we have this shit now. God damn it. When did I last save? Well, let's see. I can see that here. The last save game is... oh, 4 minutes ago. Oh, that's lucky. Good thing I am... well, trigger happy when it comes to that. 4 minutes is reasonable. Yeah, you didn't see the Unity pop-up, probably, I guess. There. So where exactly do we stand? I should eat something. Do I have pipe heaters on me by chance? I have 4 switches, not 5. That's promising. Oh, I was just here. Just now. I don't hear storm incoming, so that's promising, I guess. Ah, yeah, okay, I think we're very fine. Liquid pipe heaters on me, yeah. There. This choppy stop right there. I wonder if that did something, and if that happens often eventually. I mean, if that's the thing that accumulates until we are having a crash. I don't know. But I mean, I have a bunch of backups, off backups, so we're fine. So I was putting the pipe heaters here. And then we need to split out the cable network, which means that I have to use the laptop now for programming, because I have no longer access to the filtration unit. I mean, you might think, well, use a logic mirror, but sadly that doesn't fly. Oh, what was that? What is this? Don't tell me you have to stop this because it has become too complex, because then we have a word, man. Because then what's left there but to play beginnings of the game, and then to make videos like, hey, Stationeers is awesome, play it, here's news about it, and so forth. When I myself can't play it this deeply, that would not be fun. I would have to investigate that. My BIOS is up to date, so is the BIOS of the firmware of my SD drives, SSDs. Well, SD, solid state drives. Solid state SSD, yeah, that's the one. Because that does play a role. I mean, if you have Stationeers crashes, I read that to you, I think, at some point, but I will do it again, because maybe some of you want this, so... let me just see, I have this in my email, I believe, in my emails. Here we go. If Stationeers crashes, here we go. So, someone, Rhubarb Bikini, no, actually Sergeant Seuss. Now I'm getting my wires crossed here. Sergeant Seuss, okay. He said, I had a really similar issue for the first week I was playing. And what issue is that? Well, that's in the thread saying loading issue. I'm getting crashes and so forth. And they're saying The game would either randomly crash with ntdll.dll errors showing in the Windows event viewer, blue screen of death the whole computer after a while, or play fine, then I'd suddenly fall through the terrain. Turning off the Intel speed step and speed shift in BIOS stopped the blue screens of death. Doing Windows repair reinstall stopped the ntdll.dll crashes. Updating BIOS stopped all the other errors like null reference exceptions and falling through the world. Finally, after a really frustrating week of playing, I hadn't had a single crash since. Yeah, and I have heard the thing about the BIOS multiple times, so there's some truth to that, I guess. So much for this. Let's continue. Again. So let's analyze what we have here in the fuel mixer logic, whether there's something that could be relevant to what I have built outside. I don't think so. Occupancy sensor for the room. Let's just look for the types. Light long white in the room. Computer. Memory chip for the fuel mixer, for this thing. The volatile oxygen pumps. The vent, yeah, for creating, for getting oxygen. Diode slide, lever for turning the mixer on, lever for turning the oxygen retrieval thing on. The dial for the mixer, pipe analyzer for the mixer. Flashlight, yeah, for the impurity, the flashing light, the purple ones, one inside, one outside. The heater for oxygen, dial steps. Looks like this thing is only affecting everything inside, so do we have a transformer here? I know I have a transformer somewhere here. Well, not here, apparently. That's a very nice track. There we go, 3 kit transformers small. So a cable would go from here to over yonder. And then we would use different cable colors here, of course, and I would have to make sure that this cable doesn't come from in here. Maybe the transformer should be right here. Or where? Even the sounds are drunk. What's happening? Or do I just need a reboot? Can't do that now, because then I would have to stop the video, and then there would be a new file, and then I would have to mix them together, which I could do with FFmpeg, but I don't want to risk it. So, where should this transformer be? This entire thing here, like starting here, or oh, look at the color here, should be a different cable network. Where could the transformer? I think the transformer could be here, back here. That's good. Like this. And what cable should this thing have? I would cable. Well, let's just make it brown. I mean, brown is not a good color, but we have had. I mean, it looks fugly for cables. We have been using all kinds of colors, and at some point you have to make choices. Or should I use white, maybe? Because it's so snowy out here, because it's the outdoor facility stuff. Maybe that even makes more sense. Yeah, let's use white. I haven't used white yet, haven't I? I haven't, so the white doesn't fit the thing that I'm doing here, right? Space eyes, derp. I mean, if I use brown, it fits this guy and these pipes, but then, yeah. Yeah, let's use brown. I mean, I would prefer white here, because, I don't know, it somehow fits better, but we start with brown here, which is meaningful, and so let's use brown then. I can go through the pipe, but it feels wrong. Now to recable everything here, where do we start? This is connected to in here, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, these glasses would be nice in the hard suit, huh? For that we need the advanced furnace. One of the next things I should also do... One of the next things? What am I saying? My list is long. Yeah, that goes up here and in there. But yeah, that's okay, that's fine. These are connected correctly, but this connector here, that needs to go. Okay, I should do that, because this is still connected. Oh, that's... Oh, okay, I have no connection between that and this stuff at all yet. Here. Fuck it. So what, how do we have here? Four-way corner. This, and up and that. Okay, so that's two-way. And then up we go. And then the fourth one was superfluous, so this should be correct now. Now let's solve this one. That is a cable junction. Okay, that goes straight then. We can also see the highlight. And to the left. That is happening, and... ah yeah. That should be correct. Apart from the cable colors. Crap. Now there's one cable in there that no one will ever see in the entire history of yesterday, tomorrow, or some other times that may exist in a fantasy. But it has the wrong color. Unfathomable! Oh, and now I have to remove the floor. Okay. Shit. This is really, really stupid. Now it's not anymore. Or should I go with purple? Like the crusher is. I should go with purple. For the cables too, yeah. Yeah, it's a bit multi-purpose, so using these rocket mystery colors here is maybe not entirely appropriate, but what can you do? I have to make choices. No, that was wrong. Why are these not also brown? Save. I think we got them. Oh no, we did not. Now I think we have everything. Need some lights out here. I mean, more than these. But this style would be good. Maybe actually from the same cable network. I wonder how loaded that cable network already is. Actual 2000, potential 5000. Yep. Light system has a different cable network. Could have a light, for example, in there? In there is a bit weird. Like it's a dangerous box with potential explosives. And then you put a light in there? It's not wrong, but it feels better when it's not in there, I think. I mean, right here, through the window, that's good. Do you have some lights nearby, maybe? By the way, what am I saying? I need to power these guys so that we finally get something on the road. And what color should they have? Brown, I guess? Then power them? Power cable? I could leave it here, but I mean, maybe there's better places.
Power low.
Now I would like to program them according to the temperature that we find in here. Do we have a cable connection here that can tell us the temperature? Well, we can make one. I mean, the tank's temperature should be identical to the pipe's temperature, no? Minus 129 degrees. It's actually rather warm. It was at minus 140. What's happening? And here in this pipe we have minus 100. Yeah. And I just had this freeze again when I was looking over there. In this direction. Not the first time. What's different here? Weird. Okay, does this thing already have a name? Save. Cannot interact with the device, not current on. Liquid tank, big, insulated. What facility do we have here? Filtration doesn't have a name for whatever reason. The arc furnace, though, should have one. Wallmaker arc. Wallmaker filt. Wallmaker, tank, garbage. Wallmaker, tank, garbage. And now I need to program with my little laptop here, whose battery is already discharged to 51%, even though I never used it since putting 100% battery in there. So, yeah, that's entirely from the cold. Import. Liquid tank, big, insulated. That should be the one. We know soon enough, I guess. Vent sends gas. Pressure and valve goes directly into the tank. Then we have the lever for space ice. Yeah, this is better. And we have enough space, yes? Yep. What should I call this? Pressure and valve. Tank. Big ins. Tank, big ins, wall maker. How will I indicate? Do we have some debug options here? Yep. They're stupid, but they will work. There's this lever for space ice, which will also have to consider the temperature of the tank. In other words, maybe I should make that a value up here. Layers, crusher suppression. That would be the tank, tankety tank, tank temp. Yep. Load batch named into R0. From the tank big insulated of the wall maker, the temperature sum into the register that I made for this actually. Then turn it to Celsius by subtracting 273.15 from it. And then I will temporarily turn this into a logic value. If the temperature is greater than 15 degrees, or let's say minus 60, yeah, and then I will say SDB on R0 just for testing. So nothing should happen now. Export. Oh, it turns off? That's weird. Isn't the temperature... How low is the temperature? It's minus 129. And again, we have these weird freezes, which is not just a low frame rate, it's freezing, man. And that's suspicious. I hope I don't lose the save game. That would suck donkey balls. I mean, we had a good run, but it's not over, man. I'm still at the beginning. Load batch named. Tank temperature. Tank big ins wall maker. Temperature sum. Let's see. I'm either reading a very low Kelvin value here, or I'm reading 0 because I'm doing the reading wrong. I'm subtracting for whatever I'm getting there. 273.5. So then we have, for example, minus 120 degrees because it is so cold, or we have minus 273.15. Right, I said greater than. If the tank temperature is greater than minus 60, it's not. Let's say 115. Damn. That should still have the same effect, and then I will do minus 125, then we know that the temperature was read correctly. Turn off. Yep. Edit. Export. Oh, okay, maybe I should measure again. What is the actual temperature? Oh, minus 129. Okay, let's do 132 then. Which is what she said, and set a record. Export. Ah, it works. Okay. So now we know the tank of the temperature, and I mean the opposite, but I guess you gathered that. I can later edit this. Let's remove this, and then factor the tank temperature into, well, now we need to turn these pipe heaters on, right? Define hash structure pipe heater liquid, I would guess. Structure. Heat lick. Structure liquid pipe heater. Heater liquid. Well, our heater should liquefy and still be living and therefore be a liquid pane. Heater liquid, that. Now they need names. I can just heater liquid 1 Volmaker heater 1, and then heater 2. I will turn both of them on simultaneously, but I still want the option, so I'm preparing the option. If the temperature, where is it? Here. Right into register R0 whether the tank temperature is less than 0. If so, less than 0. Then turn on the pipe heaters. Right batch named to number 1 on R0 and the same to number 2. And then I have to name them the actual devices. Then we should see them turn on. And what is the name that I have chosen? This one. Confirm. Export, turn on, and nothing should happen. And now something should happen. Let's see how fast this goes. Okay, as expected, that will take a while. How long? Is anyone's guess. Okay, we can see that the liquid pollutant is now, the amount is decreasing. The temperature doesn't know where it wants to go. Why? Because the moment the liquid evaporates to become gaseous, which is what we want. Actually, what am I saying? What is this actually expressing? Is it expressing that the liquid here is freezing, or is it expressing that the liquid is evaporating? I mean, pick one. Or is both happening in there? I mean, maybe both is happening there somehow, but how? I don't get it. Anyway, this whole thing with the phase change has some... When it gets warmer, it will evaporate, or it will, I don't know, become liquid again, and that will cool it down. And so when it was reached 128, it will, you know, slow process. That will take a while. And well, while the temperature is this low, this switch should, whether it's on or not, be forced to off. That's what I still have to do. And that should be easy. Tank temperature. As long as the tank temperature is below 0, well, I could use the same thing here. But I'm overwriting. I don't want to merge these two together. This is the pipe heater section, this is the lever section. It's a bit weird. So maybe as a bridge I should reserve yet another register. Alias tank to cold R11. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. Tank too cold. Fifteen, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. Tank temperature is less than that. Tank too cold. Actually, what am I doing? Yeah, down here we have to do a similar thing again. Crusher suppression. Okay, maybe I should rename the crusher suppression. When does it suppress? Okay, let's call this different. Crusher suppression. Tank too cold. And this is crusher suppression, pressure too high. Crusher suppression, tank too cold. Tank is cold, these two guys turn on. And down there, and that's a bit fucked up, that one is... I should actually do it differently. Okay, so we do this, and here we do that. And then, of course, I have to flip this around down here where I actually use it. Invert the value. Let's see, this has already worked, I don't need to think about this again. Do I? If the pressure is less than 20, well, if it's higher, then we need to suppress. And if it's no longer greater than 90,000, then we explicitly do not suppress. Then I flip this around so that it becomes the opposite. If this is equal to 0, this is 1, and then I end this value in here. That should make sense, but what about the tank to cold thing, which needs to be dealt with in the same way? That is the pressure. Actually, no. What am I doing? I should stick with the pattern that I've established, actually. Let's see if this makes sense. 0, do not suppress. 1, do suppress. If... Here I'm still inverting it, why? So if the pressure, if the crusher suppression, pressure too high, if that is equal to 0, we just jump. If it's not equal to 0, then we need to suppress, and so we fall through, and so we set to 0. Then when the tank is too cold, and so the heaters turn on, if that is not the case, if it's equal to 0, we skip, else we turn the lever off also. That should be it, and it's now clean up. And we don't have this weird thing where the logic statement is 1, and most of all we don't have this weird thing where two similar things are sometimes 1 and 0, and otherwise 0 and 1. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. Tank too cold. Loading that Celsius less than 0, then tank too cold will have become 1, the heaters turn on. Loading the lever, branch red, load into R0 whether the lever is on, like do the thing, And if the pressure input is less than 20 megapascals, we just skip. Otherwise, we set this suppression thing on. If the pressure is greater than 90, we do nothing. If it's not, then we flip the suppression explicitly off. And here we evaluate the suppression. We say if the suppression is equal to 0, we don't suppress, so we skip, else we suppress. Here we're checking the tank to code thing, that things are on. If that is equal to 0, then we don't suppress, else we suppress. This should be basically airtight. So if I flip the lever on, nothing should happen. And nothing is happening. Yeah, theoretically this is done. I hope so. And this will take a shit ton of time, but once it's done, it will never turn on again. Because it was just the initial code of the initial super cold atmosphere here, and it should just have vented that somewhere else instead of just piping it through the entire facility. So that was stupid. But anyway, now we're ready for accidents also, and that is good. Okay.
Hunger caution.
So what are the next steps? Here we have 8 megapascals of volatiles. Here we have 20 of oxygen. And I wonder if I should increase that to 30, because I believe I will have to do a lot of refueling soon. So let's just kick that in the balls and use a lot of power. Currently we're still at blue, aren't we? Yeah, still blue, so who cares? It's the ideal moment to do this. Fuel mixer logic. Wait, I think I have to load again. No, import, that's what I mean, import again. Where is that oxygen thing? Oxygen, blah, 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 blah. Here, less than 30 megapascals. Do we have some values defined up here as absolutes? I mean limits and such? Max mixer pressure. Maybe I should use that also. Max oxygen pressure. Did we still have lines? Yes. Important. And the max oxygen pressure shall be 30 megapascals. And I think the max mixer pressure can be set higher than this, right? Let's stick with this. Let's gather experience first. Max oxygen pressure 30,000. Lever oxygen, yeah. Go. Oh, did I turn this off? No, I didn't. But we need to have some displays here. And some lights also. What's the exact next step? I have to wait for this to heat up. I think I should work on the greenhouse. Or maybe some infrastructure around this, because currently it looks like someone vomited some cables over here, even though they're painted nicely, like with the same color and all. It still looks like crap. Maybe I should, one of the first steps, maybe I should close the floor. I mean, I have steel out the wazoo, so why not? Not everything, but here, as the well, leading up to this place, basically. Oh. It does feel better. The association of a room is emerging. I mean, I could have a room around this thing. Just wonder if I should have. If I should. Where would the door be? Here? That doesn't even work. There's just no way. I could put a door here. So let's think. A wall? Not here. Damn, the analyzer. Ah, come on, I placed this thing exactly there. Could I move it? No, the cable cannot go here. I mean, could I move the ice crusher? Currently not, because guess what? There's lots of ice waiting in here. Which we don't want to fall out. Huh. I don't know. Should I make a room around this thing? Or should I just make a big hall that contains everything, including the rocket?
Power critical.
No. Yeah, well, some flashing... I think I still have flashing lights here. That would be a good idea. Where are they? I'm sure I have some. Oh, some lights. Oh, that's good. Das ist gut. Ja, es ist gut. So dark out here. Oh, it's a simple thing. This pillar should have lights on the outside too, then. And maybe on this side also? Yeah. Answer given. It crashed again. It just crashed in this moment. I will now pause and see if I can salvage a crash log, because maybe that's helpful. Fuck me sideways. This is very, very annoying. Okay, so I did some investigating and I found that there is some crash dump information. 1 second please, I should have prepared that folder. Crash Stationeers, there we go. And Rocketworks actually makes copies of that in the rocket station, in the installation tree. So, from the temp folder where Unity would save it. And I in turn copied them somewhere else, so they are eternal, so to speak. And now I just took my task manager thingy and looking at the performance screen. And I have the suspicion that we're just running out of memory. So let's see what happens if we start up the game. It should be visible now. In the background, there we go. Oh, it's a bit hard to see, isn't it? Blending mode, add. Oh, let's go for screen. Same thing. Blending mode, normal. Okay, that will be a bit annoying, but once the answer has been given, we can remove those monitoring tools. Ah, yeah, memory usage is going up, obviously. And I suspect that we're just running out of memory, and so then all the assets that are necessary for the game to do what it needs to do can just not be held in memory while it's doing its algorithms, and then it's trying to reach into 2 places at the same time, which it can't, so it is basically torn in both directions, more than it can hold, and But it doesn't get what it needs. Maybe that's the problem. And so then I would just have shut down Chrome, which uses like 5 gigabytes right now. And I'm currently playing the music with it, so it would just use a different browser that I normally don't use. We only have just one window, Edge for example. And then we'll see. Clear orbit timescale 003 difficulty. Too bad I can't see these things on my screen myself now. Only you see that. But I can take a look.
Hunger caution.
I cannot make a reboot like I said because okay. What was that? There we saw memory going up a lot and freezing a bit. Yeah. Anyway, where was I? This is now happening. I don't remember it because it's a while ago. For you it was just a few seconds, but I did spent some time here. I think I was placing something in a locker. Yeah, and then it crashed. What's performance doing? It's leveling out. 26 of 31 gigabytes used. I don't quite understand the task manager information because when I looked there it was saying that that Chrome was using about 5 gigabytes, but the percentage was like 33%. So if you multiply that, we get to 15 or almost 16 gigabytes. So does this mean an application can at the most use 16 gigabytes? I thought they can use all the memory that exists if it's available. Maybe a bit naive of me. So it's heating that up. Some lights, I forgot the lights, sure. And then I would place them on the outside of that pillar so we see more. And then the game would probably say, come on, what, do you want me to render all that? And I'm saying, like, deleting, uninstalling Chrome or whatever. Yes, I want you to do that. And the game is like, okay, I'm a Rocketworks product, so if your machine is up to it, I will do that. Maybe I should install a master light switch with a logic batch writer. So that's what we get right now. Doesn't make much difference. The second one. This building could have some lights on its outside. Yeah. So let's save and place some walls. Oh, there's no wall here. Saving. What is the display
Power
saying?
critical.
Memory is looking good, I think. But I don't know how Unity handles this. Maybe if it detects this and this much memory is left, then it tries to swap out some things, which was indicated in the crash log. But I don't know if that's just normal behavior that it tries to swap out things, or whether it's detecting, we're a bit short, so let's just leave some headroom, and maybe memory is basically full already, it just doesn't look like it, you know? A wall, please. I believe the last crash was also when I was putting something in the locker. I mean, the last one, yes, I mean the one before that. Don't have glass with me. That can be closed. Saving. Some lights then. I believe this entire room here... How much power will it use? I will use lots of power for the plant lights. I believe one plant light consumes 100 watts. Or 60 watts? What was it? 70, huh? 70 watts. And I would have one here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. So let's just say 10 per row, that's 700 watts. But on the other side also, and I don't know how many rows I will have, but let's just assume this. That would be 1,400, 2,800, and then here and here. So we would have 5,600. So we need heavy cables here. This needs to be actually a heavy-duty cable network, for which we then need the power connector. This one. And funny enough, this is just a cable network of the rocket thing. And this is limited to 50 megawatts, 50 kilowatts, which will at some point reach its limits. And maybe I should plan with headroom. Oh, the power. Power is running out.
Temperature low. Temperature critical. Temperature low.
So should I get some entire cable for this section from over there, from my battery room? I'm not sure. And a big transformer. Where would that be placed? I mean, the room's kind of full. So that's awkward planning. Can place one here on the right and then walk around it. That's okay. Okay, I'm gonna skip that track. Still on di.fm. Display on screen is saying nothing interesting, basically. We're not seeing anything that would say, yeah, the memory is full, man, so no wonder this is crashing. I see no development there. Though, what could be, of course, is that at some point we have some kind of runaway development which just grows and grows and grows and grows and bang. But let's just say that when I see that, I will just alt-tab myself to the Open Task Manager and will now remove this display from the video because I think it's not productive. If I would do this, and then I would of course have the problem that I planned the cable stupid. Well, I can just move it like this. Where would that go? In parallel to this one, and then back here to the side, and I would make that green, as in greenhouse. It's not the only thing that would be hanging from there, because the greenhouse doesn't need that much power, but it would be, you know, this one can splice off in various directions to small facilities, and that one also. Yep, that's the plan. Maybe it doesn't need to happen, but it should. And I should get some fresh filters.
Hydration
I
critical.
mean, this whole thing worked out pretty well. Here we have independent wind energy that goes into this station, and the station is only responsible for that section over there. Here's a transformer, but that's from those batteries. The greenhouse. And this little logic room. But, and well, the arc furnace, and I think that's all, really. And all the battery charger stuff. Yeah, that should be it. And everything else is hanging from other networks. But I do think that next time, when I do such a thing, or maybe for the next section, whatever, I should be even more rigorous when it comes to planning of cable networks and such. Which of course means that in the beginning of the game, when you have to do like 500 times at the same time, that would be burdensome to first have to develop there. Okay, a large transformer, please. If we can make one. One please only, Vasily. And then let's see how we're looking when it comes to heavy cables. I have enough here, because I need to print more. And for that I need resources that I don't have. And I should have this battery charger thing, but yeah. Maybe this thing with the small transformers. Maybe I should actually use small transformers not for a room, but for a set of devices. And then I would have to make the room bigger. I mean, this room is pretty cramped if you think about it. Or maybe you saw that the whole time, but I'm looking at it right now. So there could then be like a white or whatever colored patch where these devices stand, and a transformer at the corner of it, and that would be for those devices. And then if the hall continues, there would be another area with another small transformer. That seems cozy. %97 damage. It's basically always almost moldy. I think we're gonna get some biomass here. And here we have 63% decay already. But here we have basically no decay, right? 31%. Okay, it's also decaying. Man, this game takes so long. See also seeds. But I like it. I mean, if there's something that you can really sink your teeth into, why should that thing then not take long? Because, I mean, you really want to be there. Limp dicked. We can make more bread, but I won't. That would just be stupid. How much can we stack these up? Huh. Ah, it's still fine. And this is its purpose. Let's check all the cabling, so I don't run into a problem. Backside and front side. Ah crap, I wanted to swap this. Oh, it doesn't matter. Now behold, as the entire station goes dark. Including all the logic and cooling and heating, whatever, while the planet is still cooling the fuel down, for example. Yup. Seems like a mildly important cable. I mean, the least thing they could implement here for the cable zooping logic, I mean, this is no zooping at all, I know. They could, like, if I keep holding the mouse button and I have just made a cable, then it should make another cable, assuming that the box I'm moving towards is this one. If I move to this one, this doesn't happen. If I then go back here, that effect kicks in still, because I could just not have been straight. So I could just hold it down. That would make sense. Huh. Oh, it's quite high up. It's weird to look in this direction, just pressing the back arrow, basically, S, and not growing in distance, but instead just moving along with the cable. So that's 50. Okay, we just had these freezes again. Let's save that, lest we suffer the wrath of God. So there should be a transformer here. What kind of transformer? Not a big one. The medium one has 25,000 watts. I think that's exactly what we need here. Hey, what's the temperature? Let's see. Let's assume minus 128. No, minus 110. 14. The higher this gets. No, since we don't have any thermal bleeding here anywhere. Right? Yeah. Na. This should just keep getting warmer, independent of... there is no temperature gradient. I mean, I don't know if these guys work with some kind of temperature gradient logic, but I would assume that they are implemented in the following way, that they just add energy. And that is even how it is saved in the world XML file, and therefore probably also handled by the game. You have, for example, a gas volume, and then you have all the various gases in there, how many moles are in there. And there's also a value that just says energy for the combination of all of this, for this volume, and it's just saying energy, and that then means thermal energy, I would say. Wait a second. I have here this transformer and I have this transformer. This transformer draws from these batteries. This transformer draws from these batteries. They are going to different cable networks. If they would be going to the same cable network, they should, I mean, these are not the big ones, but the logic should be the same. They should be duplicating power. Are they also duplicating power right now by going into different cable networks? I don't know, man. But what am I supposed to do? I need the transformers like this. Shit. Really? Where's the medium one? I think the small one has the medium one in it, but you need multiple of these. Yeah, we need more of these. And I still need more of these. What else is missing? Copper. Copper, of course. For all the things. Aha, 3 is needed. Not 2. Not 1. Okay, one thing, I want this thing to be set to the correct stack size every time. I don't know which one it is. stacker. Here we go. Deal with printer. Write batch name, stacker. Ah, right. Okay, so that happens every time I turn this on. So that is already in there. Currently it's saying 470. Ah, okay, that reads this. Very good, very good. Yeah, I don't have too many thin cables. Do I need those, though? Where we are going, I think we need heavy cables, period. And I wonder if I should print those now. Well, I still have some copper left, so there's emergency copper. I should smelt all of that. Should I? What if I need some alloy? Nah, that's not. But this means that I don't have any copper, in principle. Dude, we have to go mining. How deep in the night is it? Okay, it's still basically very, I mean, okay, the night is still young. You can tell from the fact that the sun is basically over here, which is where it has set. Similarly, these guys are still looking over there instead of over here. So no, that's not an option. But I don't have to do this. Instead, we can start building a prototype. 17. But I need more heavy cables. That's so much is clear. But I believe I still have some. Yeah, let's use those. Is it biomass already? 99, 100%. Oh, just now. That is cool, because in, I don't know, maybe a minute it would have decayed to exactly, I mean, this is a rounded number that we're seeing, right? So it wasn't actually at 100, it was getting there. Good timing. You can see here, saved at 12:42, so that's my time. Yep. It's noon in Germany, Sunday, the 9th of November, 2025. I know I have cables here. Can be on the wall, huh? Which wall? Well, the wall that will get out of the locker if it doesn't crash the game. I mean, the game so far has never crashed for me. Basically never. And now I had 3 crashes, I mean 2 crashes during this video, and another crash like 3 days ago, so still again on this same station. That could be a logic problem, programming error basically, but I would rather assume it's because the station is so extensive, we have a problem with memory, with the computer can't cope in this current situation. If I reboot and don't open the browser and such, we might have much better, might even have better frame rates. Oh. Save. Here. Okay, so that would be a small transformer, of which we can make 3, or that would be a medium transformer, of which we can make 1. Let's say 10,000. Oh, I see. Aha, it's not setting that in thousands, but in smaller values. 25,000. Aha. 10,000 watts should be enough for this facility as a maximum. I wonder if I should actually use lots of little transformers in here so I don't need heavy cables everywhere. I mean lots of, not but multiple. Seems reasonable. No, that was actually correct. Some transformer, please. Again, if I would have plants here, and I'm not sure I'm gonna have those, because maybe I should have them here rather. Here, a light here, 70 watts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 actually. But I will leave this open so I can pass. That's exactly 10, lol. Okay, exactly 10. So that would be then 1,400 watts. And then we would have the same thing again, which is 2,800 watts. And then we would have that same thing again, so we would be at 4,200 watts. So here should the transformer be on the wall that is not. I wonder which cable color I should use here. Well, definitely a different one. Let's opt for black. Because it's not that much. Yeah, I thought so. Damn. Is this one right now not yet consuming at the 10 standard watts that it would consume? Because there's not yet, well, a consumer placed on it? Weird. Weird, weird. Or do we just have no power? Unpowered. Maybe I should connect a lamp to really be sure. Aha, we do have power. And what information do we get now? 50 kilowatts potential. Was that written there before? Yeah, it begins. Saved. So where are we now? At 108 maybe? Or am I too eager? 103! Ah, getting somewhere. Nice. Guess I should wall this entire thing up, huh? With what few walls we have. Actually, I have an idea. The plants are planned to be here. No, that doesn't work. Or does it? It does. What? Crap. Save. I also freed a little bit of memory, but not much. Like 1 gigabyte maybe. Maybe that already helped. This one needs to be replaced. Okay, channel change. This is getting a bit annoying. Home. No, radio. Ambient. Space dreams. Tune in. Oh, the track's just beginning. Which reminds me, if maybe I should show what that is, which track that is. In the ops here. That's possible. You know what? I will do that. Pause. Here we go. Look at all the luxury that we all of a sudden have. DI.FM. You get paid by them. I don't get paid by anyone, man. I am independent and I want to be that too. Not sure, but I think this is good. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah. So we see where the backbone is, where the plants will be. Oh. Double O. 7. Neat, huh? Now we can see the track and how long it lasts. I'm sure at some point in the future I will do a live thing where people can just talk into the video right directly, or at least can talk directly to me, say hey, the track sucks and whatever. This would of course then, you know, the more people would be watching at the same time, the more filtered this would be, and eventually, and it's just logical, I'm sorry if that sounds stupid, but it's just logical, we would have to then go with some kind of elite thing, like okay, these people yes, but the rest not yet, which then of course leads to wrong choices also, because how would you know? I mean, some people yes, but there would be some people who should definitely be heard at that moment, but you cannot prepare for that. How would you? I have already this Discord that is completely locked down, where people can join, and basically, if I do a live stream again, then, and I've never done this experiment yet, they could just talk directly into this,
Power low.
into the live stream. So I hope people don't, you know, go overboard, because then I would have to cut the stream before the 30 seconds buffer or whatever. I don't know what the buffer is. I mean, and if there's a buffer, that would mean that we cannot actually talk live. It's an experiment, which I haven't done yet. It's all very... But I know for a fact that eventually, and I don't know when, so it might be years, we will have a situation where I will indeed have people directly talking to me when I record some video like this. And it being streamed live and so forth. That's a fact, definitely. I mean, I can give you that with 100% certainty. 100% certainty. Okay, then let's say I'm pretty certain, so as to be compatible with human speak. Wait, did I do this wrong? Rocketworks confusing stupid stack logic here. Should fetch some walls. Save. And what's this? LA Ambrosphere Beach, and we can see it lasts 4 minutes and 15 seconds that we are in, 17, 18, it's cool. That's nice. The other player doesn't have this. But, well, I'm not paying for that one, and thank you Soma FM for all the years of your service. You can now shut down. No. Bop. Plastic sheets. I have plastic sheets out the wazoo. And walls. Flat, flat, flat. Not flat. Not flat, not flat. Still, I should print some more walls, I guess. How much steel is currently in the machine? None. Well, let's print a bunch of them. Maybe I should split a bit, like this for example. Oh, that was 500. This is 200. Walls, please. 200 walls. Yeah, but speaking of which, I was looking for a channel that is kind of like Synthera, you know? That is ambient music, but with a little bit more rhythm, you know? So where are we currently? Space Dreams, I think. Yeah, let's switch over to Sybient, which is certainly more active from the name. Oh, is it though? In the middle of the track, and then Sideshow maybe? Electronic Pioneers? Is that really ambient? How about Side-Up then? Yeah, let's stick with this for a moment. A completely different groove than what we had so far. Looks correct. Yep. Getting somewhere. Over the rainbow. Bluebirds fly. Birds fly over the rainbow. Why, and why can't I? If you don't know the account The Critical Drinker on YouTube, you should definitely check him out. And watch the video that he made about production hell. There's multiple production hell videos that he made, and one of them is about the film Alice. Wait, is that Alice in Wonderland? No, it's not Alice in Wonderland. God damn it, what was it again? Judy Garland. Wizard of Oz, of course, goddammit. Because that film was production hell. If you check out all the things that, well, supposedly happened there, you will think differently of at least that era of the movie industry and will think, where is the prison for that these people should fucking have gotten? Or more, or worse. Looking good, getting somewhere. Do I want to close everything up though? In principle yes, but right now? I mean, always to the corner here, that would get annoying fast while we're building. Let's leave this open here. That's not it. Let's change. Let's look at electronic pioneers again. Maybe they have something different. Nah. Side children. Sybient again. Okay, future garage. What could that be? That, at least at the moment, does sound somewhat like Synfera, but right now not so much. That's fine though, I like it. Tricky, which rotation was the rotation? This one or the other one? Oh, this one, obviously. And then the same thing rotated. Need more plastic sheets. Save. Temperature, minus 90. Minus 92. 3. Minus 93. This is the microphone. It makes sounds when I touch it.
Don't touch me there.
How many chutes do I need over there? Uh-huh. In other words, here we should have the transformer, do we? Yep. I want to test something. So this is currently on screen. What if I change to that page here? Display is still happening. Oh, okay. Because I'm grabbing by identifying the window title, and I think the Windows title just changed. Okay, whatever. Now we need lots and lots of plastic sheets to close this baby up, and I should also prepare to close this wall up so that I don't later think, ah crap, I don't have the 4 walls that it takes. 2 actually, 2 only. Just leave them here, these also, and later of course I need the separator walls in here also, which I will make of glass, and then there will have to be lots and lots and lots, so there will have to be lots. But before I build all of that stuff, I will first build a prototype corner here to make sure that what I'm making here will work even. So that's where we hand over the stuff. Somehow. Well, with the chute, I guess. Do we have more lights? Well, the hall has some asymmetrical extra thing here, where I can put some infrastructure, like gas tanks or whatever. It's looking very promising. I have another transformer here, don't I? Where would that one go? Okay, this doesn't count. Then we have 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows. And then we have 1 row. Oh, the hall should be bigger. But I would prepare as if these other rows will come eventually. row, 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 row. Okay, the transformer should then be here. Actually, no, huh? I don't actually have the correct place for the transformer at all. That's annoying. Well, then just put it here. Just, you know, so that it's there already. And the color that it should get eventually is, of course, this. Let's think. So once we have the potatoes, they can be shredded here. How will they get here? Here will be a row of plants. Will there be? Yeah, there could be plants right here.
Power low.
So plants here, maybe there also, but I'd rather have one robot arm here, and one here, one here, one here, and so forth and so forth and so forth. Maybe these robot arms will be close to the wall, so like here and here, not in the middle. I don't know if that's possible. I think so. I mean, just look at this. Yes, yes, also. So wall with lights, robot arm, and plants. That's a possibility, I think. And then we would have lots of room in between to walk and work with the plants if needed. Or I can put
Air tank low.
or I can make everything more tight, but I can have 2 rows of plants here. Then I need 2 robot arms here. I can actually make this. I wonder if the hall is too big now. I should make it 1 row less. But okay, let's not do such plans. It's not the time for that. Should close up the ceiling. Then we need to evacuate the place and start filling it with CO2 from a furnace, I guess. I will just build an extra furnace here to fill it up like this. And then I will use some computer and some logic that warns me when it is time for that thing to be emptied in here. Then I will pipe that through a pipe where if the pressure is too high, the pollutant can leak out. And that's so I use phase change for filtering out the pollutant. That sounds like a nice plan. Let's do that then. The first must be outside. The room needs cooling. Cooling is easy on EUROPA, but it needs to be made regardless. What could be the best approach for this? Well, the plants will need some oxygen. You can just pump in oxygen every once in a while to cool down the room. But will that hold the balance? Maybe it will be too much oxygen or too little. I also need a separate cooling solution, maybe. Or a separate source of oxygen. That's an interesting problem. We have like 2 dimensions of lines that cross. It could be too much or too little oxygen. It could be too much or too little heat. Okay, as nice as this isn't for now. Chill out dreams, haven't been there yet. Nah. Okay, it's at the end of the track. See where we're heading. Project Blue Sun. Sounds a bit beginner-esque, the name, I find. And wow, is this channel louder? I think the locker should go here. Don't know why I have so many chutes here. Yeah, maybe for the centrifuge out there to add another centrifuge, maybe, if need be. Currently everything is piped up here. I guess in here would also need some. Isn't something missing here? No. Oh. Man, I definitely need to go mining.
Air tank critical.
Oh, that's a problem. Thanks for the warning, suit lady. I wouldn't have known what to do without this. Other than, like, dying? %50 oxygen, 34% CO2. Nitrogen. Is that low?
Jetpack critical.
I mean, the best one of these, I think, was just ambient, but that didn't have any rhythm whatsoever. And oh, there's another one. Chill out. What's with this one? Didn't we have that just now? Okay, let's go back to radio then. Let's see what else is there. I have some followed stations. What's this? Synthwave. No. Yep. Acid. Melodic progressive. Nope. Way too active. So we need some hydroponics LArREE. I wonder where that can be made. Here? Hydroponics. Ink? What the fuck? I need the advanced... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I need the advanced alloys. I can't make a LArREE right now at all. Fuck. A good thing we have space ice as a source for volatiles, and so I guess the next thing is actually an advanced furnace room. The advanced furnace is already printed. That's not what we need. That's disturbing. Where to put this? Here? No. I mean, since we're producing fuel back there in that corner, it would make sense to put the advanced furnace in there also in that corner. Meaning we definitely need some frames, which I happen to have, and steel sheet, which I happen to also have. Maybe I can just leave the electronic parts here. I would probably regret that one hard. What I could also do is I could place the furnace wherever and just carry some portable tank over there whenever I need to. And I mean, how often do I need to furnace, you know? Where would that furnace room be? Right here, where that stuff, where the volatiles are produced, with all the plants, which are so sensitive? Hey, wait a minute, didn't I say I want to make a furnace here to get some... Okay. Interesting. Very interesting, because this guy was supposed to go, and still is supposed to go, into a hot room where I would probably need the harm suit. Or the heavy suit at least. What's the best place to put it then? Once it explodes, I mean. Guess I have to branch out even further in this direction, huh? So here we have fuel. And then I could... let's see. What does the world look like from over here? Here we go down. That's just what she said. And yeah, it seems reasonable to go in this direction. Here. Oh, not this, that. Let's imagine a furnace room. This would be a wall. This would be a wall. I don't know where exactly. Probably we'll make a bigger platform still before I get to the building. But this breadth. So that would be in the room. That would be in the room. That one also. And that one also. 4. Furnace. Yeah. That's, I think, enough to work very comfortably. So let's go with this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 breadth, which then also nicely lines up with this building. So the overall layout kind of fits. Man, this is a cool station. This is annoying. Next track, please. Next.
Power critical.
Oh, this is very interesting. Wait, what am I doing? So that is the welder. Then we have the labeler and we have that. Okay, I thought I had 2 empty batteries now. I mean, I have, so I thought I had 3. Wasn't there a locker here somewhere? Yeah, in that room, of course. Huh. Do I want to use that one? I do need to work on the batteries. Good thing there's a battery room nearby. Still 20 megapascals? Didn't I set this to 30? I do remember doing that. Oh, that's when the game had crashed, I guess. Huh? Ah, so that was gone. That's very annoying. And because that is such a hard problem, particularly for me as a programmer, I don't mean this year, but that's most of the time that I spend at work, basically. I save and I back up like a crazy person. So why? Because when such a thing happens, then you never know what is missing and how incongruent is what you have in your head with what is the typed out reality, because it needs to be mirrored, kind of. Okay. Max oxygen pressure.
Waste tank caution.
Come on. Need frames. Man, we're using quite a lot of energy here. Didn't I want to print something? Plastic sheets. Is there some silicon left in here? No. How much silicon do we have left in here? 500 and 100. So let's make 200 of these nice thingies. Plastic sheets. Thank you. And good night. Still have plastic sheet? No, I used all of them. This may remind me when I come back seeing the other airlock closed that I should rather not go through that door. Bonk. Temperature here, let's guess. After all this time, minus 60? Or more, okay, let's say minus 65. 75. I'm getting there. How far away should this furnace room be? I mean, over here should be enough. If the furnace explodes here, we get a crater like maybe this radius, certainly not over until over here, I think. Or how big can that explosion be? I don't plan on it ever exploding, but it would be dumb to be prepared. Display looking good. Kickbong, Do I not give you all the luxury? No. Could be better, but it's pretty neat. Luxury would be if I take all these videos and cut out the crap and have a plan, and you know. But all I'm doing really is playing the video, playing the game, enjoying it, altering the things that I do slightly versus what I would do otherwise if I were alone, in quotation marks, and blathering almost the whole time. That's the difference. Yep. That's funny. It's getting higher before it gets lower. Not sure where that room should begin. Or rather where the furnace should be. I should work forwards from there. Now let's first wipe the floor. Maybe here is the back wall? Here? Let's say the furnace would be here. Is that enough explosion radius? It's not too much. Maybe I should go a little bit further. Let 2 more boxes. Should I care? It's iron. Assuming this is a corner, back wall, corner, 1, 2, this is the middle of the room. We have one spot here, and this is where the furnace would be, so we have enough infrastructure space around it. That should be far enough for an explosion. Yeah, let's put the furnace right here. Do I have that on me? I do. Huh. Electronic parts, of course. Of all the things.
Power low.
It's 2 p.m. Okay, I still can continue, but not for long, maybe an hour. And the music should change. Channel is now Space Dreams. This is John Hopkins, as you can see, who manages to make beautiful tracks. It's not the first thing that we hear of him. This is already welded. Oh right, of course, here. I know that I could just build on edge here, but that's just fugly. Who would do that ever in reality? morning is dawning. You piece of shit iron thing. I can already make the announcement. Next video is gonna start basically with mining and with making steel. Yep. What? Why am I drifting to the left when I'm jumping? Do I have more build materials? Right. Okay. Don't know how many of these I will need. Do we have steel? No, we do not. I need frames now. I think we can print a whole stack. Looks as if there's lava on the floor. Come on, pick one. Is it day or is it night? Stupid simulation. And... Huh. Didn't expect that we would need this many. This is what she said. That one's tricky. No, yes. No, yes. Huh. Well, the idea was to put it in a place where it would seem out of place, the transformer. I'm wondering if I should make these double-sided eventually. Like glass, instead of just one wall. Yeah, this would be the plant corridor. Not sure yet how big the room exactly will be, but these moves shouldn't be wrong yet. But I mean, where's Jupiter in this equation? Stars? Stars? No stars. Stars? Is it directly inside of Jupiter? What's happening? Huh. Confused. Uh-huh. So it's not quite day and not quite night at the same time. Or something. Did I do this wrong? Oh, there's more iron. Yeah, I actually forgot one entire row. This is really irritating. I mean, soft transition my ass. Is it day or is it night? It doesn't indeed know. Seriously? Sorry, that's a shitty simulation. This cannot stay like this. When they fix it, I don't know, but this needs fixing. Didn't I say electronic parts? I did say, but I didn't fetch them. Oh, we have steel sheets. No electronic parts here. I left them all in the station. Oh well. Oh, it's that. These 5 I just tossed. $15. Surely looks a lot like it's day, but is it? No one knows. Is the sun up or isn't it? Impossible to know. Stupid. Welding torch, 5 steel sheets. We have an advanced furnace. Okay, that looks like a nice room, but the front of it is not half done even. Let's first do some welding of things that I know need to be welded. Let there be light. I will leave these open because I don't know yet exactly what pipes I will put where and such. These two fields should be entirely still room, I think. So you have two behind and two in front. And then there would be a door here, or an airlock, I guess. An airlock, probably. Made of what? Of airlock doors, I guess. Right in the middle or to the side? I don't know. Could be a double door, you know. We have double doors, after all. I think it should be a double door. Behold the furnace room. Yep. Oh, no more sheets, huh? Sheet! Okay, this is the front area, and then there would be a big door here. Here would then be more frames, and I would have to do some welding still. So not to forget the floor frames. Yeah, the one in the middle, the two in the middle are obviously stupid. Okay, behold the furnace room. A room at high pressure and temperature constantly. Or rather, well, high temperature, I mean the pressure will happen by itself, that's the point. And of course I have to have tools in here to possibly cool it down or relieve the pressure or whatever. And for that I think just open a wall. The pressure in here really doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, the pressure should be high, should be like 100 kilopascals or more, I think, to keep the furnace heat, but as soon as the room heats up from minus 140 to 0 or more degrees, we would have that pressure anyway. So just using an opening to get rid of overpressure and overheat, I think that's enough. But maybe I'm wrong. That could be fatal. Man, this is really getting big. That's what she said. Should leave the electronic parts here. These I don't need here, but there's some of them. 21.6 megapascals. Save. Any more materials here? Yeah, I should bring the... Oh, there's flat walls. I wonder what the temperature is now. Minus 40? Minus 48. Yeah, and that over the course of the next episode, we will suddenly see that this thing kicks in again and we get tons more volatiles. And then I just wonder how much space ice will actually be able to go in there. I mean, one big load of space ice might be enough to fill this entire facility to the very brim. Well, then I can make some fuel, so we would have more stuff in here, and the rest can then be filled in here, and maybe the space ice is then used up. But dude, one flight for that much, I think that's what it'll be. We need 2 airlock doors. Oh. Good thing that wasn't volatiles. Huh. What is it that I have here? Oh, there's iron that no one needs. Then I have some nickel. Oh, right, I could put some of the coal away, actually. Ah, what am I doing? I was confusing these with this one. Aha, it doesn't work. Does work. Does work. Does work. Why does that work? Huh. Full? Empty. Anything made from steel, we have enough stuff of that. But dude, silicon? Next time I have to mine so much stuff. I might have to go mining twice right away. Too bad I don't have the other deep miners yet set up. I have the garage for that. But my priority right now is rocketry and the greenhouse. So, what was I doing? Some steel sheets for welding? I would need... yeah, that. And also some airlock doors. Where are they? Here. Lock. And I guess one of these is not enough. For one door, I guess. Kit airlock. Makes the airlock wide. And the airlock wide needs 2 kit airlock. Okay, so we need 4 of these. Aha, here we go. 1, 5. How many do I need? I need 4. And electronic parts. More than 4, I think. Oh, that takes a while. Two are done, and the third one almost also, and then we need more gold. Didn't I have something else? Don't remember. Man, the frame rate is painful, isn't it? I had already reduced the shadow quality. Yeah, I think it is really daytime now. We can see bits of Jupiter. So next thing would be mining, and I'm not going to do that in this episode. So the episode is about to shut down in a minute or 2 or 3. Yeah. Airlock wide. That would be a furnace room. Yeah. Guess I have to half weld these now, as I cannot place anything on them. Oh, wait. Oh, ceiling also needs to be welded. Where did I put my... oh. That is the welder. What an expansion, is what she said. Ah, steel sheets, nice. Note that I need them now in the plastic sheets. Have you seen that? It turned green. I had that in the other station too, like 10-20 minutes ago, where I went over it with a mouse, and then in that moment it went green. Is that a hover effect somehow? Minus 41 degrees. Need 2 gas sensors, obviously. How do I make these doors? Welding towards 10 steel sheets. Wow. Huh. If only I had steel sheets. I mean, more than the ones that I have. What a building game. It's a dream. But 10 steel sheets, maybe that should last a little longer, the welding process, huh? Crowbar and 8 plastic sheets. Ha 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 ha. Really? I need 2 fucking more. The furnace room. Yeah, this will be a standard airlock. Or no, standard airlock, I would say. So I would need 2 gas sensors and the usual airlock stuff. Well, the game didn't crash in the last hours. I mean, it crashed twice today, but now it didn't. Maybe it was just a little bit of memory that I freed up. Maybe it was just a critical threshold. Man, my next machine is gonna have like 64 gigabytes of RAM. 32 or 128? console. Console mio. Then we need some glass. Wish I needed it anyway. Wasn't there some place here where I needed glass and didn't have it? I don't remember. Some sensors. Then some pipes. I'll just take all. And then something pipes, of course. But, I mean, I have pipes over there, but then 2 insulated passive vents, maybe? I have 1 insulated passive vent from that failed rocket building attempt, so I need only 1. And then maybe some insulated pipe, just to be sure. I cannot take that with me, though. Just one glance and we know what the power situation is. This thing was a great idea. And it looks good too. If I may say so myself. Where would I have needed glass over here? Right, here of course. Wasn't there another? Oh yeah, the ceiling? Haha.
Hunger caution.
Would need a disc too. Okay. This doesn't matter, but here it might matter. Does it matter? Let's see, the insulated passive vent. Losing track here. Need a break, I guess. Yeah, let's put a pipe here and then the passive vent right over here. That'll be effective. No more cables. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna shut this down for now. Work's cut out for next time, obviously. Mining and all that, which is indeed the very next thing. Look at this empire. This will be for volatiles, plants. Power production, power storage, power production, plants, storage, whatever the fuck that will be in the end, just so that we know where we are and where we came from. Haha. Power display, mining, manufactory, power production, rocketry, basically infinite volatiles production, I guess. What a fucking game. See you again next time.